I would like to call the Flint Board of Education special meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. Board members, as I call your name, please reply by present. Treasurer Luna is absent. Trustee Rutherford is absent. Trustee King? Present. Vice President Clack is absent. Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre? Present. Secretary Perkins? Myself, Mike Neal, present. We got 4 present, 3 absent. No, we did go 5. Yeah. Trustee Rutherford? The board will now hear comments from the public. We ask that you state the reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on matter within the authority of the board and not address individuals by name. The presiding officer of the board should have the right to limit the number of persons who may address the board on the same subject. Please state your name and address first before beginning to speak. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to address the board?
Good evening. I am Karen Christian, and I am the president of the United Teachers of Flint.
Karen.
5095 Exchange Drive. Hang on, I have to stop.
Speak up,
Okay.
just pull it up a little closer to you.
I can do that.
Thank you.
There we go. Karen Christian, president of the United Teachers of Flint, 5095 Exchange Drive. Let me start off first by saying thank you. Thank you for your statement last week. Also, let me apologize. I am so sorry that you had to read the statement last week the way it was poorly written. The person who wrote the statement for the president should be fired, writing a statement that was so difficult to read and understand. And also let me apologize to the board for, after receiving the final statement in writing the following day, I was actually able to realize that I misheard something. With the way the statement was spoken, I went back and realized, and I had to listen to it again. And I saw that where I thought you had said instructional deficit is not really what was actually said. It was and structural deficit, which is the reason why I thought it was instructional, which led to my comments after it being a lie, as the instructional line of the budget has come in under its budgeted amount last year and will do the same again this year. We believe the numbers in the statements that you put out are inaccurate. We sent our numbers to the district and asked them to either verify them or refute them this week. The district has had a week with those numbers. We actually sent them last week, and they have not been refuted. We believe, based on our data, the first step did not cost $907,962.55. But it actually cost the district $36,425.56. That is a savings of $871,536.99. This is after backing out several teachers who left the district and doesn't count the ones who have just put in to leave, so that will be even more of a savings for you. The cost for next year's step at this moment, praying no more teachers leave or retire, we believe is going to be $495,819.44, which again is not $946,550. This is a savings of $453,730.56. It will probably be more, as I know of right now at least 8 people who are retiring. So we have actually saved you $1,325,267.55. It seems our numbers don't agree with one another by a great difference. Your statement said that you took the numbers from the previous CFO. You probably should have made sure the current CFO gave you the current numbers, not what was thought the numbers would be in a bargain of our contract a couple of years ago. It seems, per your statement, that we're giving confusing information as well to try and confuse the public. Let's be clear. The UTF master teacher contract was negotiated over 1.5 years ago. Those monies were already allocated to this unit. We did not at any time say the district is not keeping that agreement. This settlement agreement has nothing to do with our contract negotiations. It was to keep 2 grievances from going to arbitration. However, you were very clear when you sent a cease and desist letter to us when we asked to open our contract to talk about salaries, when you sent that we had to stop for that, and so we did. To answer another question that was asked last week about settlement agreements, when you voted to allow the district and the UTF to enter into talks for the settlement agreement, you gave us permission to talk. The mediator and that the district asked for went back and forth between the district and the union. We came to an agreement, and we all signed it. I have signatures for us and the district. After reaching a settlement, having someone then change the terms of what was agreed to is bad faith bargaining. We did not commit that. Once you regressively bargained, offering something less than what was originally agreed to, you committed an unfair labor practice. We are not required to take your regressive offer back to our membership, but so that you know, we did take it back to them and let everyone know on January the 31st what was said to us and what we said to you. We have not bargained in bad faith. We rejected it because it was not what we agreed to at the table. Just to be clear, we want to be restored, not given a little bit here and a little bit here on the hopes that we will eventually stop asking to be restored. That won't happen until we are all restored. Let me address another issue. Someone on this board, after being told by your attorney last week not to speak about this settlement agreement to anyone, spoke and said some disparaging comments about our union. You are entitled to your personal opinion, but when you talk to one of my members, you are speaking as a board member. I don't believe the rest of the board shares your same opinion. I have talked with many people since last Wednesday, telling our facts, getting out our message of our students being in crisis, as well as what needs to be done. I have talked to the mayor, I have talked to our representative in Lansing, as well as in DC. I have talked to other leaders. I have talked to pastors and bishops this week. I have talked with the president, vice president, and secretary-treasurer of the Michigan Education Association. When will the time be right to do what is right? When will we value our students and staff? The time is now, not when. The time is now, not we shall see. The time is now, not after you build a new school. The time is now, not when we have no teachers left. The time is now.
Hi, I'm Melissa Karanka, 11564 Shellbark Lane. I am the only science teacher here at ALA. We used to have 2 science teachers and 2 math teachers. We now have 1 math teacher and 1 science teacher. There's nobody to replace us. I have worked for Flint schools for 26 years. I've been loyal to Flint. I've worked in 3 different buildings, and I average 1.5 principals per year. It's ridiculous. I average 2.5 years per superintendent. I understand that there was a deficit. I got that. I was patient. There's been pay freezes and pay cuts, but they were not meant to be forever cuts and freezes. Last year, I was given so much hope when this board set aside $1.5 million for the teachers. It gave me hope. It gave me willingness to wait patiently longer. Then we were in negotiations, and I continued to be patient. When this board voted down the tentative agreement, my trust was broken. The board said that they offered an increase of 3 steps, but right now I am 7 steps behind, 3 steps, and it's over 2 years. When it's August 1st, 2023 to August 1st, 2024, that's 2 years. It seems like a slap in the face. I'm a valuable teacher. I was actually selected, I won an award. I was a Cranbrook Institute of Science Women Rock Science Teacher of the Year for 2022. Thank you. I'm a valuable commodity. I love the students here, and I love working at ALA, but I also love providing for my family. Last week, the board said that they couldn't afford to make me whole, but they can't afford to lose me.
Hi, Paula Gibson, 5051 Cook Road, Swartz Creek, Michigan. For 28 years, I was a very dedicated staff member for Flint Community Schools. I taught pre-K to 7th grade. I've worked with excellent staffs every building I was in, great teachers, great training. Last summer, I made the heartbreaking decision to leave this abusive situation. The district that I joined hired 39 teachers this year. 7 of them are from Flint Community Schools. They, well, maybe glasses would help. That was just this year. I get a planning period every day for 50 minutes. I additionally get more money to go into my family and into my retirement. Principals, at least 2 other districts, are watching what your actions are and waiting, because their goal is to fill their buildings with Flint teachers, because there's nothing Flint teachers can't do. People will call and say, Gibson, how is it? I can't believe you left. And my advice is the same. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Madam President and members of the board, my name is Ryan Delaney, and I am a teacher at Southwestern Classical Academy, 3522 Grange Hall Road, Holly. It has been 9 months since I last addressed this body, and I am sorry to say that not much seems to have changed in that time. How true the expression, teaching is the profession that makes all other professions possible. Each of us is here today, each of you is here today because of the efforts of dedicated teachers. You are where you sit because of the wisdom, the guidance, and the care of those teachers who became, for you, a bridge of possibility, opportunity, and empowerment. I sincerely believe that the worst kind of treachery that one generation can perpetrate against another is to pass over the bridge of opportunity and then burn that bridge behind them. And yet, is that not precisely what you are doing to the children of this community when you drive dedicated, qualified, experienced teachers out of this district by refusing to pay us what we are owed?
Good evening. My name is Josh Petrick, 3161 West Coldwater Road. I am a teacher at Flint Southwestern Academy. I'm a math teacher there, as you guys know, because I gave you NWEA data on how, real, I didn't get a chance to write this down. Real numbers on where our students are because of a lack of teachers. So let me go and take this from another perspective. I grew up in Flint schools. My parents, both of them, were teachers in Flint schools. My nieces and nephews have graduated in Flint schools. So to say that Flint schools runs in my blood is a little bit of an understatement. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. All right. While I was at Flint Central High School, we were a part of Flint Central Madrigal, top 3% ranked internationally, and not ranked by who was at this competition, ranked to a standard. That was Flint schools. What have I done? I have sung in choral groups in Australia, New Zealand. I have taught in China for 6 years. All right. I was the first person with Flint schools to get through the Shape Your Own program. When I took my math certification, was one of only 3% of people that took the math test and passed it and was able to do that. So the whole point of that is, what's at the core of all that? I had quality education here in Flint schools. I had a teacher every single year. I did not have to deal with a different teacher every 2 weeks. I did not have to deal with what some of these other students deal with, a teacher every other month, because there's not a consistent teacher in that classroom. Okay, and a lot of that comes down to decisions that were made from the Flint Board of Education. It may not have happened, it may have happened before some of you got there, but you know what? When you became a board member, you took on the responsibility of any decisions that were made beforehand. You had an opportunity to fix some of those decisions, and you know what? You failed. You didn't do it. And now here I am, a proud product of Flint schools. And it saddens me that our students today, they do not have the same opportunities I had, because I had certified teachers in every single classroom. I had teachers that were there. I did not have a sub every other day. All right, and that is what you are leaving for our children today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Watson, 8208 Noblet Road. I've been a middle school teacher for just over 27 years, roughly 15 of those years spent with Flint Community Schools. I come from a proud line of Flint teachers. My uncle, a longtime art teacher and fine arts administrator. My cousin taught music and choir, and my brother, also a longtime math teacher. I began my career in Flint in 1998 at the Accelerated Learning Academy Alternative Education Program, teaching 7th and 8th grade math under the leadership of Paul Walling. This very successful program was housed in Lowell Junior High School on Flint's east side. In my humble opinion, the program's success is due to small class size and the program being located at its own campus. Within a year of teaching at ALA, 7th grade MEP math scores increased 13%. Science scores, led by Christopher Akanicki, even more. Following the closure of Lowell, the alternative program continued its success at Johnson Elementary, also on Flint's east side, with a sizable area for class picnics and field days. In addition to the Flint River running behind Johnson, science classes were able to partner with a local college and participate in water testing. Subsequently, Johnson closed and middle school alternative students were integrated back into the regular classroom, to the chagrin of many. Eventually, the middle school alternative program came back to life for a time at Northern and Northwestern. I went back to the alternative program for the kids, period. Unfortunately, the size and layout of both schools did not provide the structure and non-distracting environment that is absolute necessity for the success of a middle school alternative education program. In addition, administrative support and behavior interventions were inconsistent at best, seriously lacking, or completely non-existent at worst. There were no support systems in place for alternative middle schoolers, their parents, or their teachers. It was an atmosphere akin to the survival of the fittest. Following a very chaotic and stressful tenure at Northwestern, I was transferred to Durant-Terre-Mott. I'd never taught in the elementary school prior to this. Even though I had reservations, I pulled up my bootstraps and buckled in for a new adventure. At some point, 7th grade students were moved into DTM, and I began to teach 7th grade math. Moving 7th graders into an elementary school and not putting them on their own floor created a less than desirable working environment. 7th graders have earned a level of independence that other elementary age students have not. At DTM, 7th graders were not afforded a level of independence. Administration expected 7th graders to follow the elementary way of life. It was definitely not an easy decision to leave Flint schools. I knew I was making a difference in young lives. I was bringing a positive energy and academic encouragement to an environment that was severely depressed. I was building relationships with colleagues. I was investing in a career. Unfortunately, I was being dragged down and drained emotionally and physically, as were a number of my colleagues. It did not take much research to conclude that leaving Flint schools had one major benefit: an increase in financial compensation. The district I went to following Flint not only increased my salary by $3,000, in addition to giving me steps, but also welcomed a mass exodus of Flint teachers who were also seeking a fresh start. After 7 years in that district, my current district brought even more economic security to the table. While it doesn't solve all problems educators face, financial compensation is a step in the right direction. Retaining current staff and recruiting new personnel requires transparent, unbiased, and selfless decision-making. Wages need to be competitive, infrastructure needs to be inviting, and colleagues need to feel valued. In my opinion, there is one significant reason there are former colleagues of mine who are still in the trenches at Flint Community Schools. That is their unwavering dedication to the students they embrace on a daily basis. You are my superheroes, and I salute you. Finally, no district is perfect. However, if there is administration at the building level that is visible, positively interacting with students, and showing an appreciation for the difficulties teachers face, that building is well on its way to establishing a community that is working together to guarantee learning for every student. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Pierce, 5990 Exchange Drive. However, I am reading a statement from a teacher that cannot be here today. I'm reading a statement from Ms. Mesko. My grandfather was a principal at Emerson and Zimmerman. My grandmother was a teacher at the Old Dort School. An aunt was a special education teacher at Longfellow and Lowell. My father-in-law taught instrumental music for 40 years in Flint Community Schools. My mother graduated from Flint Central, and my husband graduated from Flint Northern. He was an elementary teacher for 28 years in Flint Community Schools. A relative has been the principal at Potter for years, and my husband and I reside here in the city of Flint. I've worked for the district since 1995, and Merrill closed, and Bunch closed while I worked there. In 2018, I needed to retire due to a shoulder injury. However, a year and a half later, a principal from Freeman called asking if I would return to help with the class of 54 kindergartners. The teacher was in the hospital. I subbed part-time, and then the principal urged me to go full-time since I was putting in the same hours anyway. The HR person at the time stated that I would be put in as a first-year teacher on the steps. I have a master's plus 15. My first day, there was a gas leak at Freeman. And on my second day, Governor Whitmer instructed us to prepare for Zoom instruction according to COVID guidelines. I have taught continuously since that time. This school year, I found out that a retired teacher coming back to our building was going to be given the same salary as when she left. When I inquired as to my situation, the district personnel said that they couldn't approve a step increase. This is not making it right. I've seen new teachers leave for other districts, more pay, planning periods. This year, our school has a kindergarten sub, a first-year sub, a second-grade sub. It's difficult to expect growth from those students when the substitutes do not know the curriculum, the intervention helps, or the assessments required. In June, 2 excellent teachers in our building will retire. Next year, 4 more excellent teachers are planning to retire. The other remaining teachers in our building have been offered positions in multiple districts. What if they decide to leave? I'm very concerned that no action has taken place. I do not want to be the lone teacher. Again, Ms. Mesko's words.
Nadia Rodriguez, 1610 East Court Street. I just have a couple of things that stood out to me that I kind of wanted to bring up at tonight's meeting from last week. Part of your statement, the board wants to retain its teachers with a competitive wage scale and demonstrated its commitment to UTF employees by approving the 2022-2025 UTF Board Master Agreement, which contains steps. The board has established a proven track record of increasing wages and health insurance benefits over the last few years. I'd like your definition of the word few. As a person who worked here for 5 years, when I hired in, I was able to forego your health insurance because I was below the poverty line and was eligible for Medicaid. You have put teachers in a position, after being here for 5 years and never having a step increase. My son, who graduated from college last year and is working for the Lapeer School District, is making more money than me after being in this district for 5 years. That's what you're asking of your employees. Another quote from last week. I would like to make a motion that the board request for Troon Law Firm under Attorney Gardner to file an unfair labor practice against the UTF. I don't know about my former colleagues, it's the audacity for me. I would need to go about 10 more minutes to talk about your bad faith bargaining in the 5 years that I was here. However, I'd like to make clear one thing. It is not a falsehood that selling abandoned properties will help balance the budget. It is, in fact, absolutely necessary, a step that you have promised to make and that you need to make. I was very happy to see that a trustee was determined last week to bring that to the agenda, and we appreciate that completely. But when you're talking about numbers, because the board member asking for numbers, ironically without giving her own, I would like to share some now. You were talking about those buildings, the ones that had bids on them, being less than $400,000. First of all, several of the people making those bids are people who are from this city, people who are products of the Flint Community Schools. We keep hearing about generational wealth. If you're not going to give them to them, who are you going to give them to? Every single time that you leave these buildings, you have these properties, which you've even called abandoned yourselves. You have abandoned them. You require, I love that none of you are looking either. That shows exactly the dedication you have to the staff. You have to maintain those properties. You have to pay taxes on those properties. You have to do those things because even though you're unwilling to believe the truth, children will die because of your abandoned properties. You have to sell them, unload them so that you can bring revenue into this district. The community believes you are slumlords. The community lives with your blight. Every time you've talked about closing Pierce over the last several years, my neighborhood, people I live next door to, they fill this auditorium and they come to address you. It's not because their kids are there and they're worried about where they're gonna go. It's because you have a history of sitting here doing nothing and letting blight creep from the building you own into every other part of this city. Do what's best for our kids who are in crisis. They need teachers. You are losing them every day.
Shelby Redmond, 7136 Partridge Drive. I have been teaching for 32 years, the last 28 here in Flint. After last week's board meeting, I filled out my intent to retire paperwork with the district. This decision was not without a heavy heart. I have dedicated my career to Flint, and that was by my choice. I've been encouraged to leave over the years, and I've had districts reach out offering me positions, but I stayed, and the question has always been why. The answer for me has always been because I love what I do. I love my team. I love my teachers. But I promised myself I would never have a job where I dreaded getting out of bed to go to work. My dad hated that I wanted to be a teacher. You're never going to make any money doing that. I also promised myself that I would never let money be the reason. However, the time has come. I have to leave. And this time the reason does involve money. Because after 32 years, I've yet to have a board or a superintendent care about me financially. You might care about me emotionally, but you don't care about me financially. You don't care about me as much as I've cared about this district. I want Flint to succeed, but the success of Flint can no longer be on me. We can't do it anymore. We've done it too long. You've asked us to give and have given little in return. Most of us love the balanced calendar, but when you offered to restore our steps, the majority voted for their families and the difference that small amount of money could make. If the steps were restored, I'd feel appreciated. The money would heal the wound that's grown wide over the last few years. Saying goodbye is not going to be an easy decision, but I need to find the love I had for teaching and enjoy getting out of bed every day. Right now I'm getting out of bed and coming to work for you because it's what you expect of me. You're my employer. I have to be there. But now the time has come, I have to do it for myself.
Hello. I don't think we've met. My name is Julie Pierce, and I live at 2165 Blackthorn Drive in Burton. I'm in my 34th year of teaching now. 28 of those years have been at Durant-Turrimont. I'm currently a first grade teacher, but I have taught every grade level at DTM over the years. And I'm one of those teachers that gets along with everybody. I feel that I go above and beyond. I build community within my classroom, and I am loyal. I've had more than one opportunity to leave and teach in neighboring districts over the last few years, and I've chosen to stay here each time. I love my students, I love my colleagues, and I know that I'm good at what I do. However, my loyalty has to be to my family first, and you risk losing me at the end of this school year. I also want to tell you about one of my colleagues. She's my teaching partner. She's been teaching for 31 years, all of them in the basement of our 102-year-old building. Can you even imagine? I don't know if you've been in the basement at DTM, but it must look exactly like it did when it was built in 1921. Dark, low exposed ceiling pipes, cement floor, although now that paint is cracked and peeling. When I moved to the basement 9 years ago, I brought my young daughter to help me. Upon rounding the corner at the bottom of the ramp, she stopped and said, "Mom, your new classroom is in the Titanic." My partner has walked down those same ramps into that basement every school day for over 31 years. She has even had perfect attendance as a teacher for more than one of those years. Isn't that incredible? She shows up for her kids every day. Our students deserve that kind of dedication. But do you know what? You're going to lose this wonderful teacher too. She could have retired last year, but chose to return. Will she return for yet another year of this? And my other first grade colleague, she brings so much talent to her classroom, music, dance. She is so much fun. Unfortunately for all of us, she already has one foot out the door. You are potentially losing all 3 of your first grade teachers at your largest elementary. Do you really think our DTM families are going to stick around and risk their children having guest teachers in all 3 classrooms? First grade is such an important year. We want our students to have the best of the best. You have that today, in this moment. You have all 3 of us. What will August bring? That is up to you. But ultimately, I guess, it's really up to us too. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Donna Milliken. I am currently a certified teacher at Nethercutt Elementary. I have been a teacher in this district for 28 years. I have watched several of my colleagues leave the district for other districts with higher salary. I have been told that I could get a job making more money at other districts many times. However, I have something that was instilled at me at a young age, and that's loyalty. And Flint kids need good teachers, so I stay. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm a Detroit Lions fan. I've watched and cheered for that team for 40 years, through the good and the bad. I say every year, maybe this is the year. They have had some people in their organization that have not been good for the team, and those people were the ones making decisions. Those people are gone and have been replaced by people who can be trusted to make the right decisions. Some of the decisions the current general manager and coaches make may not seem right to me, but I have confidence in them, and I trust the process. Have you ever gone to the hairdresser or barber, and when you sat down in their chair, you told them what you wanted? They start doing what they have been trained and certified to do. So you trust them, or you wouldn't be there. Maybe you asked for blonde highlights, and they begin by putting purple-colored hair dye in your hair, and you wonder, why is it purple when I asked for blonde? But you have confidence in them, and you trust the process. The decisions this board makes are not good for this district. You do not have the students in mind when making these decisions. The students are your boss. They are who you work for. They should be your #1 priority. They need certified teachers in front of them to learn so they can become productive citizens. My building currently has 3 classrooms out of 7 sitting without certified teachers, and that has been true all year long. I know that many other buildings are in the same predicament. Teachers do not want to come to work for this district with the current starting salary, and why should they when they can make so much more in other districts? We as educators took a pay cut for this district and are still waiting for it to be restored. I thought this would be the year that you corrected this injustice. I have watched the children of Flint go through the water crisis, and then the COVID pandemic hit. And I know both things have been out of your control. However, this current crisis of not having certified teachers in classrooms is your crisis that has been created by this board, and you continue to ignore. Please stop ignoring the children of Flint. I no longer have confidence that you will make the decisions that these students need you to make, and I no longer trust the process.
Good evening. My name is Deb DePalma-Yan. I'm an instrumental and general music teacher here in Flint for over 19 years, currently assigned to 2 buildings, Nethercutt and Potter. In the last 2 years, we have had 5 highly qualified music educators leave Flint schools to take music teaching jobs in other public schools. These colleagues were amazing. They still are amazing. They're passionate professional musicians. We had them here for our students, and now we don't. The primary reason for them leaving was incompetence in special scheduling, resulting in unproductive class time, unprofessional low pay, blatant disregard for music programming by the administration. Now these previous colleagues of Flint are in districts where they do receive support. They do feel valued in their pay, receiving $15,000 to $20,000 immediate raises in their new positions. They get stipends for before and after school rehearsals and budgets to spend how they feel necessary for their students and their productions. I've attended their concerts, plays, community performances. They are amazing. You could see the joy, confidence, and empowerment in the students that were on stage. What a tremendous loss for our Flint kids. Our Flint kids deserve quality teachers and quality music programs. those professional teachers were in our buildings with our kids until you forced them out, with the primary purpose of using our music educators to babysit so real teachers can get their planning periods or grade level meetings, show that you don't care about music programs. I'm forced to cover 2 buildings so 16 teachers can have 35-minute planning periods, not even the contractual 45 minutes we're supposed to have. But with the teacher shortage, that's all I can offer these teachers in the 2 buildings I'm assigned to. This is not productive in building music programs. I have requested servicing 1 building only so I could focus on at least 1 building having an excellent music program, and I've been denied. I have nearly 30 band and string students at Potter, and they are amazing. They're so excited, they're eager to learn, but because I'm spread so thin, I can only give them 30 minutes once a week to develop this brand new music education. That's not enough for a new beginner, especially our Flint kids dealing with lead crisis consequences. Every professional in the education field knows the importance of music education, especially in the elementary level. I have had band students in 5th and 6th grade that were not successful in reading or math, but they excelled in music. I have no time to spend with them. Their joy in coming to school was not to take test after test after test, but was to come to music class, which now has been diminished. Learning an instrument and performing on stage is their only joy in coming to school for many of our kids, and you've diminished it. You only have 4 instrumental teachers left in this district. And if you don't start putting teacher pay and the need for music programs as a priority, you're going to lose us too. If you were truly a school board that wanted to give students the best education possible, you would not use your professional music educators as babysitters, but help us develop a quality music program and help us save this district. Our students deserve better.
My name is Debbie Ronaldo Hopkins. I live at 1008 South Gale Road, Davison, Michigan, and I am reading a statement brought back by Heather Coffey. I started my student teaching in Flint and knew right away that this is where I wanted to teach. The students, the families, the community. I wanted to be a part of it. Over my 23 years with the district, my salary had gone from one of the highest in the county to one of the lowest after taking concession after concession. Unfortunately, over 5 years ago, I left the district because my health was being affected by a lack of administrative support. At that time, I knew many teachers who also were burnt out and feeling unsupported, but were unable to make the jump to another district because they couldn't afford the significant pay cut. Most districts at that time were not paying teachers for their years when moving to a new district. After COVID, my family moved up north to our cabin, and I discovered that in order to be competitive, the district I applied to paid for all of my years. I actually am now making more money than I ever did in Flint, and if I had stayed in Flint. Fast forward to this school year, and many more districts closer to Flint are now paying teachers for all of their years. There are school districts out there that treat the teachers like professionals and provide the support they need to do what they love to do, teach. If the Flint Board of Education does not consider the value of their teachers when making budget decisions, they will lose many great teachers. If you value your students, you must value your teachers. Heather Coffey. I would just like to add that my colleague Julie Pierce spoke earlier about losing our first grade team. At DTM, our test scores speak volumes. Not just our 3 first grade teachers, there are 9 teachers in our building, either put in the retirements or are considering leaving. That is inexcusable. And we already have some grow your own and some long-term subs that just are not the quality. When I walked back into my classroom after being on TV last week, a couple of my kids said to me, "My mama saw you on TV." I said, "Yes, I was." "Are you leaving us?" "No, I'm not." "Is the teacher across the hallway leaving?" "No, I don't know that." I'm begging her to stay, but she's a newer teacher and could get lots more money. That worried them Thursday and Friday when another retired teacher covered for me on a sick day. They asked her, "Are you coming back? Are you coming back? Is Mrs. Ronaldo Hopkins leaving? Is she leaving?" What do you say to a fourth grader like that? I have to explain to them, someday I'm going to leave, probably the end of this year. Why? Because I've done my time. I love these children like my own. During COVID, our school, and I can only speak for our school, went to children's homes, brought them supplies, did all that. We bought them supplies, so that $900 you're talking about last week, give me next year, will not cover what I spent this year. I just had my taxes done, and my husband told me I spent $2,156 in my classroom this year because all of my kids needed notebooks, folders, crayons, pencils, stuff the school gives, but you give me one to last a year. So I spent lots of money in my classroom, lots of money on my kids because I love my job. We can't keep doing this anymore. So for Flint kids, do what's best for them.
Hello, my name is Chandra Matafari, and I'm the Michigan Education Association president, and I want to thank you for your time. I'm sad that I have to come here today and speak to you under these circumstances. I recognize that all of you are in a very difficult position considering the vote that you have taken and statements that have been made. But I also recognize that sometimes as we learn new facts and we see new things, it allows us the opportunity to change our perspective. Tonight, I'm going to kindly ask you to please change your perspective and paradigm and think about the students and some of the things that the teachers have said. I am a new president. Prior to being the president, I taught in Novi. It's a place that I'm very proud to be a part of. But one thing that I had learned, no matter who the students were in front of us, resources matter. The students who need the most resources are the ones that need the most resources. And the last 6 months, I have traveled around this state off and on, and it seems like the kids that need the most are in schools where the educators are getting paid the least and have the least resources. I understand that we didn't get here overnight. There was a period over a decade ago where public schools were completely starved. Scarcity, right? That's not your fault. It's not our fault, but we're here today. And I want to believe that you're scared, which is why you've been holding a line. But the reality is it's a lose-lose. Because if you choose to hold the line, you're still losing great educators. The students lose. I'm asking you again to please reconsider. Not all of you, just one more than half. Our working... It is math. And I'd hope that you would really remember that they're coming here talking about it because our working conditions are students' learning conditions. We all have competing interests at home. We don't know who is a single mother. We don't know who has a long-term illness. There are teachers who are spending thousands in their classrooms. I know that I had teachers that were spending food, hundreds and hundreds of dollars of food, and sometimes medication as well. So I know that you are in a very tough spot because it's hard to sometimes step back. But I'm going to ask again, please reconsider your vote and honor the agreement that was made in good faith by your educators and your administrators. I would want to believe you would trust your administrators and your superintendent that you chose to bargain in good faith to not harm the organization. So I'm going to ask one more time, please reconsider. Please vote to pass this agreement so we can make the teachers whole, so they can stay in here in front of our students. Honor the agreement that was made in good faith. I kindly ask you. Thank you.
I am Kiana Harden. I reside at 1214 East Alma, Flint. I am a kid from Flint, a proud citizen of this city and a product of the Flint Community Schools, Martin and Coolidge Elementaries, Whittier Middle and Flint Central High Schools. If it were not for the teachers that my schoolmates and I had from pre-K, elementary, middle, and high school who took their time with us when we needed extra help, encouraged us in our academics, showed authentic concern and care for us as young people, and were fully invested in our overall success, I would not be standing before you today. Flint teachers are dedicated to their students, the families, colleagues, and the district. This is not a new notion. This is what they do. I've been blessed with various teachers in my life, one being Janine Graham, my 5th grade teacher. Unbeknownst to me at the time, tracked my academic career from middle school to high school because she was that invested in me succeeding. I still have communication with my kindergarten teacher, Carmelita Salazar, who is partly the foundation of my academic successes. Teachers have such an influence and impact on a kid's life, even 40+ years later. I never forgotten these women or the countless others who've made an impact in my life. Even Mr. Jeff Bean is here, who was very impactful in my life in high school. It was very difficult for me to sit at last week's board meeting and hear the comments of the teachers and continue to remain silent. What I heard was not only heartbreaking, but was also deplorable. Hearing them share that they are products of this district, chose to come back and teach, yet are left feeling undervalued, teaching without the necessary supplies, curriculum, without heat, and even without water at one point. Sharing how they are the only teacher in the building teaching a particular subject, and if they were to leave, then what? And the most appalling is that teachers who have worked for the district for years have counterparts in adjacent school districts with less years of service who are compensated more than they are. Absolutely absurd. Yes, I'm thinking of the teachers, their hard work, dedication, but more importantly, I keep thinking, what about the kids, the students? How can the Board of Education be looking out for the best interests of the students when you are not looking out for the teachers who have no confidence and no trust in you? They are the ones taking care of those who I once was, a student in the district, a kid from Flint. I'm sure the students have a Mrs. Salazar and a Mrs. Graham in their lives, a Mr. Bean. Will the district be able to retain them? That's the question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dina Ashworth, and I spoke last week. I was very passionate about what I spoke about last week. This week, I'll be a little bit more calmer. This all started with the beautiful commitment that you guys all made to us, and you signed off it on 10/31 with the attorney that you guys all have, that's yours, and you made an agreement with us, a binding agreement, a contract, similar to a social contract that we do with our students. It's a commitment that both parties agree to, that they follow through. If one party doesn't make it, the contract's no good. That was you guys. That was your commitment. You were the ones who signed off on it, 10/31. It's right here. So let's bring back this shirt. These are your words. This is what you say our district is all about. Re-energizing the possibilities, right? Re-energizing the pride, I'm sorry. Re-energizing the pride. When you give us, when you commit with what you guys said on 10/31 and you signed off, that's re-energizing the pride. Whether you knew it or not, you were re-energizing the pride with us. You have no idea the pride that I felt for you. And I got people who aren't even looking at me and that are on that board, and I feel shamed by you, by not your eyes not on me. But it was you who, these are your words, you agreed by them. You said, rebuild the possibilities. How are you rebuilding the possibilities? How are you re-energizing the pride? You are not. You're not re-energizing the pride. You're not giving us and rebuilding the possibilities. Those are the two main ones on here besides renovating the plan. Good job, you are renovating the plan. You did come through on that. I'm glad, thank you. Okay, but what about the other two? I'm gonna say this, you made a commitment. You led us on for 3.5 months. You said just give us time, give us till January, give us till December, January, we'll come through. We waited patiently because we trusted you. You didn't follow through. You can't be trusted. trust, commitment. You signed off. You signed off. So how is it that the administrative board can get all their steps back and not one thing has been said about buildings or anybody having enough money? Maybe it was brought up, but I don't know. You got all your steps back, the administrative did, and I'm not saying you don't deserve it. You got them. Where's ours? The foundation, this school, is built on us. Us, not you, but us. So, I say to you, re-energize the pride, give us back rebuilding the possibilities, and to continue on with re-renovating the plan. That's what your word. Stick to your word. Agreement.
Excuse me. I need to speak with her. May we have a copy of that?
Well, yeah.
I know it's your.
Copy of it for you.
Okay, could you?
Could I make the copy? Where's your own? I'm gonna make the seat take a look. I'm gonna make a copy of it for you. He's got the attorney on there and everything. I'm gonna Mr. Gardner signed on your behalf.
No. Just give us a few minutes. Thank you.
Can we get this to them? They need a copy of it.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi. I'm Lisa Florian. I am one of the LSS social workers at Southwestern. I reside at 5096 Owen Road, Linden, Michigan. While I am behind on the salary schedule to make the district solvent, I'm more concerned about the impact on the students and the other staff than I am for myself. Over the years, I've seen a lot of staff come and go. Our students have experienced multiple traumas, multiple losses that are higher than the national average. I'm concerned about staffing turnovers causing additional grief and trauma for the students. I know many staff who have had to leave for financial reasons, even though their heart was with Flint kids. At a recent training I went to on grief and loss, we learned that 1 in 13 children will experience the death of a parent or sibling by the age of 18 in Michigan. 17.9% of children will be bereaved in Michigan by the age of 18, which is higher than the national rate of 7.2%. Regarding staff, I know many who have been impacted by the concessions and will continue to be if steps are not reinstated. I am one of the fortunate ones, and I'm still concerned about other staff more than I am myself. While I didn't grow up in Flint, Flint has been a part of my 49 years of existence and is in my blood. My mom grew up here from 5th grade on up and graduated from Southwestern, where I currently work. I've been a dedicated employee for over 23 years. I'm currently putting off surgery until this summer for a life-threatening condition, and the number one reason is that so the impact will be minimal on the students and staff I work closely with. If that doesn't show dedication, I really don't know what does. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Felicia Neymark. I teach at ADJOURNMENT, and as you know, direct hire, in-person speech language pathologist. I was hired by Flint Community Schools in the spring of 2016 to be a direct hire speech language pathologist. At that time, we had a full cadre of direct hire, in-person ancillary staff, social workers, speech language pathologists, school psychologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and adaptive physical education. Currently, we have 2 in-person direct hire speech language pathologists one at the secondary level and myself at the elementary and preschool level. Our other early childhood special education students, our other general education, kindergarten through 12th grade students, and our other self-contained special education students are all receiving speech-language pathology services virtually. They have online service providers. I could opt to work for a third-party company. I would make more money. I wouldn't have the benefits unless I bought them through the company, but I would make a whole lot more financially. I wouldn't have to pay for gas to come to school every day, and I could sit in my cozy home on a computer working with my students. But that is not what is best for my students, for our students, for your students. It's best to have me in the classroom, in the school with them. On October 31st, Mr. Gardner, on your behalf, signed a tentative agreement with Bruce Jordan and Karen Christian, agreeing to the terms of the settlement agreement. We waited. On November 2nd, we had a ratification vote of our membership. As was stated earlier, we like the balanced calendar, but in order to get the restorative steps, we said, fine, we will go with the traditional calendar because that's what the district would like in exchange for our restorative steps. That hasn't happened 3 months later. Here we still sit. Why can't we get in-person direct hire ancillary staff anymore? Nobody wants to come work here for the pay they're getting. They can go to other districts or sit at home and do their job. That's not what's best for our students. Thank you.
Good evening. Jeff Bean, 1420 Perry Road. I was going to begin to speak for some historical perspective, but I don't think I can match Josh on that. But I am taught for the Flint schools for 25 years. I've been retired for almost 8 now. And I wanted to look at some of the legacy of what we're looking at here. I came into Flint under Nate Bertley and Pam Loving. So I know that it's a district that can work. I saw experts handle the situation. It was a wonderful thing back then. But Flint teachers have been paying for bad administrative decisions since late in the 1990s. Our board has demonstrated a legacy of supporting bad financial personnel and then asked the UTF membership to consistently fix it. And they do, because you have come to depend on the compassion of educators. You all say it's for the children. We live for the children. It seems consistently that there has been a drain of finance in the Flint community schools, but it's never through the UTF that drain is taken. It's in middle management, and no one seems to be willing to hold anybody accountable for those kinds of things. And now the lies have become Trump-like. And I encourage you, nay, I implore you, and the UTF to stand up and do what's right. Stop the madness that is the current leadership, honor your agreements, follow the law. It seems odd that I have to ask a school board to do that. But it's what I'm here to do because I too care about the children in Flint. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Turner. I'm president of the Beecher Board of the Beecher Education Association. I'm proud to say that our school board settled the agreement and stuck with it. I'm not here to gloat, though. I am also a product of Flint, a product of tradition. I would not be where I am today if it was not for Flint. The decisions you make are for the children, and it saves their lives. I am able to live where I live, eat what I eat, and do what I do because of Flint and the people before you. I'm asking you to think about the people who came before you and the trust that they had in the teachers. And do the right thing for these teachers. That's all I'm asking you. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Somebody wanted copies.
Laura, Pam getting it, Laura, thanks. Thank you.
Bruce Jordan, MEA. I represent the United Teachers of Flint. You may not believe this, but I respect every one of you. Kevlin, I wore this tie just for you, okay? I've worked tirelessly with this administration team, with Mr. Gardner, with these teachers for the better part of 20 years. Their heart is for the kids of this city. The problem is they can't fulfill their required duties with the amount of substitutes, vacancies, and honestly, the mass exodus of teachers that are happening in Flint. You're setting all of the kids up for failure. Now, I know there's risk in entering this agreement. We can squabble about numbers all day, but I'd like to leave you with this. I'm not done speaking, but anyway, I'm going to leave you with it anyway. I don't think you can afford not to, because these teachers are 5 seconds from escalating a crisis. And that's not a threat. You've backed all of these folks into a corner. That's not our doing. That's yours. So I am begging, as people of integrity that you claim to be, that I know you to be. Dr. Martin Luther King says it on the bottom of my emails. Every single one of them says it's always the right time to do the right thing. Now, I've known Karen Christian for the better part of 20 years. This board says that Karen Christian's a liar. I can't have that. Kevlin Jones knows she's not a liar. These teachers know she's not a liar. For what we put in the press. Now, I get it. It's the chess game that we're playing. But I am telling you, we don't lie. These are the facts and the truth based on the data that the district provided to us. Please understand that. This ain't my data. This isn't MEA's data. This is your data you provided to us when it came to the numbers, the steps, the settlement agreement. We have been singularly focused to undo what we did so long ago in that 19% concession era. Concessions are not meant to be forever. No one can do that. I'm going to go over just a minute unless somebody wants to give me a deferral. Thank you. Bruce Jordan, 5095 Exchange Drive. I represent the United Teachers of Flint. Thank you for the deferral, all of you. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about generational wealth. I've had a lot of conversations with Dan Kildee. Seriously. Now that's our professional board right there. That's awesome. It's amazing. The governor, please laugh. The mayor of Flint, 6, 7, 8 superintendents have called me from Genesee County, wondering what the hell is going on in Flint. Now, you guys can claim UTF is lying. We only are telling the truth based on the data you provided. Your attorney, sitting back in that room, signed an agreement with us. It exists, whether you saw it or not. Generational wealth. Let me tell you something. You are robbing every one of these teachers of generational wealth. That's not a decision these folks have made. I don't think that's a decision you all would make, right? You would never rob yourselves of generational wealth, an opportunity to improve. People go into teaching, they do, yeah, you hear of the adage, they go into teaching for the kids. Absolutely 100% correct. However, they also have a family and kids of their own that they have to put first. And you can't say that we got to hold on to all these properties because of generational wealth. And then you have more money than God right now. We cannot, we will not let you drop another brick on the backs of these teachers. May I get one more referral, please? Yes. Excellent. Bruce Jordan, 5095 Exchange Drive, United Teachers of Flint. Now, I'm not here to browbeat you. Please don't take it that way. I am begging you. Whatever lies are being told, they're not coming from us. They are not coming from us. Someone is not telling all the truth. It's clear, because we can't seem to get the actual truth. The statement you guys provided, we appreciate it. It allowed us to at least see a part of the picture that you guys perceive is to be true. But the numbers are wrong. And if we can't talk, and if we can't get into a dialogue, see, I don't get to have a negotiation session with all of you. You allow the district to do that. Mr. Jones and his team, Mr. Gardner. So I don't get a discussion. I don't get a dialogue. I don't get a negotiation session with you. And let me be very, very clear. We were bargaining. We were negotiating. I don't care what Tim Gardner said. You can't enter a settlement agreement unless you're bargaining and negotiating the terms of that agreement. And he can shake his head in the back room all day. But we were bargaining. We've been bargaining for 10 years straight over one crisis after another after another. Now I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Do what's right.
Good evening. My name is Dan Moylanen. I live at 407 West 5th Street here in the city of Flint. Superintendent Jones, school board members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight during public comment. I think we can all agree that public education is the foundation of a strong community. I'm the son of a public school social worker and educator. I'm the grandson of a lifelong educator, and both of them gave their heart and soul every day to the students that they served, just like the wonderful educators here in Flint. As an active resident in Flint, as someone who chose to make Flint my home because I believe in this city, I speak to several community members around this great city of ours. Education of our youth is always something that is discussed. Too many times the topic is how great Flint schools used to be, that the children deserve a quality education. And that is why I'm here tonight, to not only support the children of Flint, but to support the educators that give their everything to their students. After everything that our community has been through, the students of Flint deserve teachers that feel appreciated and valued for the work that they do. The students of Flint deserve teachers who are compensated fairly compared to those in Genesee County and across the state, and did not feel that their concessions and step freezes they took to help the district would last forever. The students of Flint deserve teachers who, after putting in their full days of work, should not have to work just as hard in the evening to fight for a living wage. The students of Flint deserve teachers who spend their evenings prepping for the next day and not spending the evening tuning up their resumes as they look to leave the district. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, there's a massive teacher shortage right now in Michigan and across the country. I do not want to see a mass exodus of Flint teachers. I do not want to see Flint become a city of charter schools like Washington, D.C. or New Orleans, to where our system is privatized and perpetuates the inequities that so long have held us back. I, along with other community members, are watching. It's time to honor the agreement that you have with the United Teachers of Flint. Thank you for your time.
Hello, board. My name is Woodrow Green. I don't live here in this community anymore, but born at Hurley, K through 3 in East Lansing, 4th grade at Merrill under Miss Frazier, who was my homeroom teacher back then. Great art role model for me. 6th grade at Freeman. Miss Guyton in sciences was my teacher. Mr. Dean was the community school director, helped shape me. Michigan State University graduate in communications and Wayne State University graduate in mortuary science. My family used to own Green Funeral Home, okay? I left the funeral business and I started working in Flint as a community development specialist. Started to learn and work with the community to do some different things in a positive manner, in my knowledge, instead of dealing with death on a regular basis. Even though I don't currently live in this community, I understand the importance of the Flint Community School education. Worked very much with Dan Cady and the Community Education Center when I worked at the Flint Community Foundation. We brought a lot of people into Flint to see the model of the Flint Community Schools back then. I see greatness coming back with this board and with the direction from the administration. I also wanted to say that while I don't live here, I've watched these board meetings for the last year and a half. My mom still lives in this community, lives over by Netherkit, that will soon be closed. I've been paying attention to what goes on in Flint because I had a history in Flint. I believe in what you all are doing. I hope the best for your future decision making in what you're talking about with these teachers and other things. There's, like you say, you gotta walk and chew gum at the same time. This isn't the only thing that you're dealing with. So continue to work hard. I've seen growth in this board over the past year, and I wanna see that growth continue, right? Because the community deserves it. There's a couple people that aren't here that are just as important to this board as you all that are here, and I hope you all will continue to work together. While I was on the road from Flint to, from East Lansing to Flint as a kid, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes was on, talking about wake up. The world won't get no better if you just wake up all the teachers was the first stanza after the initial one. And I believe in what these teachers are talking about, and I believe in supporting what these teachers are doing. And lastly, I want to say that I hope that I see these no confidence shirts, but I also hope that the teachers see the board members that are looking forward and working in their behalf, and the administrators that are doing the same. So it's not just I see everybody's not looking. When I was looking, people was looking. So everybody's not on the same page. in terms of how things move forward, but I trust in the board, and I hope you make a good decision to move forward for this teacher and for this community.
Thank you. Hold on just for 1 second. I want to let you guys know, after the gentleman that just walked up, the presiding officer of the board shall have the right to limit the number of persons who may address the board on the same subject, keeping in mind that we will have another, after closed door, public speaking. So after you, sir, we will close public speaking, yes. And I appreciate, and I am listening, thank you.
Hello, I am Kathy Hutchings. I reside at 2475 Rushbrook. I was lucky enough to grow up in Flint. And I attended Flint schools during their heyday. At that time, we were the model, national, if not international model for community education. We were it, that which was trying to be modeled or trying to be copied all around the world. And somehow, I understand that where we are now isn't necessarily on your shoulders, but due to the plants closing down, people leaving because the jobs are leaving, I understand that. However, once I graduated Flint Northern, I felt a responsibility after I went to college. Originally, I was a social worker and worked at probate court. I wanted to make more of an impact with kids. So I went back to school, became a teacher. I wanted to come back purposely to Flint to give back some of which I was given. So I have always believed that the heart of a child deserves everything an adult can give them that's positive, and guiding them towards an opportunity. And since 1987 until 2022, I tried to repay my debt to Flint schools and to the community. I would have stayed here longer than my 34.75 years. However, I was starting to feel resentful. I was feeling sad, disheartened, and unappreciated due to the unreasonable expectations, the lack of administrative support, the promises that were not kept, too many concessions and pay freezes, and the constant addition, and I love this one, I'm so glad I put this in, the constant addition of non-negotiables to our overflowing plates. I've worked at some phenomenal schools. I've been given the opportunity to do phenomenal things here in Flint schools. We had, I don't know if you're aware, but we used to have an at-risk program at my farm. I was the lead teacher there. It was an awesome program. Due to budget cuts, that program was taken away. We had 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders from all throughout the city. We were a community out there. Those kids believed in themselves. They treated each other like family. We had Thanksgiving dinners for the families and their kids. It was awesome. That's the Flint schools I came back to. However, your predecessors, and now you should be ashamed and embarrassed regarding the state of this district at this time. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but the district is dying. and you're unwilling to prevent its demise. Not only have you chased away teachers, you're scaring away the families and the kids. How much more hemorrhaging can you cause before you have no district to govern?
Good evening. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. My name is Sandy Greer. This was my first assignment as I worked with Michigan Education Association. I was Flint UTF UNISERV director for about 7 years. I'm going to guess 10, 12 years ago, this district was in such a bad financial state that they were being threatened with an emergency manager. And there was some expertise of bargaining and negotiation brought in from, I believe, the state of Maryland that worked with both the district and UTF to try to come to an agreement that would keep the district open and keep the children in place and keep this community strong. And these teachers did a concessionary bargain. And they did that for their community, for their students, for themselves, because we all need to make a living. And most of all, they did it because they cared. And they did it because there was a promise made that in years to come, they would be able to be made whole again. That has not happened. It's sad that that I chose to come back here tonight to speak on their behalf and to support them, because they shouldn't have to be going through this situation again. There's less students, less buildings open, less people in this community now, and I believe a lot of it has to do with the condition that this public school has been in for years. I went through several different superintendents, HR directors, building principals, and school board members. You are now a new board, and you have a chance to make this right and to make this community strong again and to receive the trust that they've once had in you. And you have the right to do this, so please just do it, do what needs to be done, and make a positive difference for these teachers, this community, and their students. And I thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Bradley Dean, 5482 Brookwood Drive, Burton, Michigan. I am the art teacher at Durant-Terremont Elementary. I just started last October, or October before last, so this is my first full year, and I thought I'd give you some fresh observations just coming into this. First off, two things I noticed when I came to Durant-Terremont. I work with some of the most amazing people. They are dedicated. Oh, the way that this team works together, from principal on down, is just a thing of beauty. One of the reasons that shows up, one of the reasons I see that, is because most of all these teachers I see, and I've seen this this current year, they've been running on pure dedication, not just love for teaching. Yeah. And so I see that. And the other thing I see of great observation is these kids. When I came in last year, I came in as one of many, many, many rotating people that just popped in and out, and they didn't trust me for a second. It was very difficult to gain their trust. And even after the end of the year, when I came back this year, I see all 500-ish students every week as art teacher there. And 400 plus of those kids were genuinely surprised that I came back. The look in their eyes was like, Mr. Dean, wait, you didn't just go. You didn't just leave. Consistency for these kids is something they don't even get at home. And I just ask you guys, if there is something in your power to keep that consistency for these kids, to keep that team together that I work with Durant-Terremont, I beg you to do it. Help them, give these kids the only safe place they have in many cases. I really implore you to do that. And I thank you so much.
I would like to thank all of you for your public comments. We have heard you. I respect what you have said. At this time, public comment is closed, and we will proceed to the next agenda. Board members, at this time, I need a motion and a second to go into closed session regarding UTF and Congress under Section 8A of the Open Meeting Act, as well as the ACLU under Section 8 of the Michigan Open Meeting Act, and an employee investigation under Section 8 of the Open Meeting Act. I need a motion and a second.
I make a motion that we go into closed session about the UTF in Congress and ACLU and employee investigation.
Is there a second? It has been properly moved and second that we meet in the closed session. Board members, when I call your name, please say yes or no to go into closed session. Treasurer Luna is absent. Trustee Relaford? Trustee King?
Yes.
Vice President Clark is absent. Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
And myself, McNeil. We have 5 yes and 2 absent. Board members, we are now to meet in closed session. Please go into the room behind our table. Hi, Kristen, this is Dr. McNeil. How you doing? Hey, listen, that back door in the back of the office does not open. I mean, if something happened, you guys in there by yourself, there's no way to get out the back door. I'm recommending that you don't come to work. I would like to call the special board meeting back to order. The time is 9:17 p.m. At this time, our special board meeting adjourned. Sorry about that. And we're going back into our regular board meeting at 9:17 p.m.
All right.
Board members, I call your name. Please say present. Treasurer Luna is absent. Trustee Rutherford. Trustee King. Vice President Clack. Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre. Secretary Perkins.
Present.
And myself, President McNair. 6 present, 1 absent. I will now call upon Secretary Perkins to read the disremission statement and the first statement and the standard practice.
Okay. District mission statement. It is the mission of the Flint School District to develop a community of learners who are prepared to live, work, and contribute in an ever-changing society. The Flint Board of Education standards of practice. In order to provide outstanding leadership and better serve the Flint community schools, we, the members of the Flint Board of Education, commit to the following standards of practice. Number 1, we will be consistent in our dealings with each other, as well as students, staff, and community.
We will model trustworthiness and honesty in our relationships with each other, with our superintendent, and with our constituents.
We will focus on a common goal of providing the best education possible for the students in the Flint Community Schools. Mr. Clack, number 4. Number 4.
It's on.
Okay. We will respect the diverse views that each of us brings to the organization, as well as the views of others that we interact with as we carry out the business of the Board of Education.
We will be open and authentic with each other, our staff, and community.
As we work to make decisions, we will focus on issues, not personalities.
Our decisions will be student-centered and based on objective facts.
We will practice good listening skills to better understand our fellow Board of Education members and constituents.
Thank you. I seek a motion and second to approve the minutes from the January the 10th, 2024 annual organization meeting, the January 17, 2024 special board meeting, and the January 17, 2024 regular board meeting.
So moved.
Support.
It had been properly moved and second. Are there any correction? Seeing none, the motion to approve the minutes from the January the 10th, 2024 annual organization meeting, the January 17, 2024 special board meeting, and the January 17, 2024 regular board meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, say yes or no. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Vice President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford. Yes. Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Looney absent. Myself, yes. 6 yes, 1 absent. The board will now hear comments from the public. We ask that you state your reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on matters within the authority of the board and not address individuals by name. The presiding officer of the board should have the right to limit the numbers of persons who may address the board on the same subject. Seeing there's one from the public wishes to speak, we will move on to our next item. At this time, we have a presentation from our Executive Director of Academic, Ms. Kelly Fields.
Yay.
It's nice to be serenaded by Trustee King over there. I'm so happy to be with you here tonight, Board, to be able to provide for you a mid-year, our mid-year annual review. This particular data has been lifted from our presentation that was done with the MDE just a few short weeks ago in coalition or in alignment with our partnership agreement, of which was a fantastic, very well received, and very well talked about in regards to the presentation and the direction that the district is going in regards to our partnership. What I'll be sharing with you tonight are academic data, attendance data, and culture and climate data. Is it? Down is forward. Thank you. So, and I'll be brief tonight. I know it's been a long evening this evening, and I'm hoping that we can be able to highlight some of the great work that was happening around the district. I'm very, very pleased to be able to share with you tonight that we've had our growth projection went from last year, fall 2022, to winter 2023, to the comparison year of this year of fall 2023 to 2024, with an increase of approximately 8% across the district. You'll see that there's only a couple of schools that had dips, and those dips are most notable at ALA and at Pierce. And those particular schools are the areas that have the most challenges as far as staffing is concerned. You'll see where we had the most growth at Brownell and with DTM, and I think the other school is a nice, very, very nice increase at Nethercutt. Brownell has been experiencing coaching from a pilot project with NTN. It is an organization of mathematicians, and it is a Black-owned organization where we have mathematicians that come in front of our kiddos and work with our teachers over there that look just like them, and it's been a fantastic experience for the community, as well as you can see with the math scores as far as math is concerned. Any questions about this slide before I go on to the next? For our NWA reading growth, you'll also see that we made slight gains in our district goal overall reading gains as well. And the trends are positive as far as these are concerned too. Nice gains across the board. In all of these areas, we'd like to tie it back to some of our work with our diverse libraries, with our implementation of our curriculum, and in addition to the literacy coaching that this board has approved for the support of our teachers across the district and for the support of academic achievement for our students. So it's of no surprise and of no consequence that one of our most greatest challenges and one of the reasons why we're actually in our partnership agreement with the state is because of our attendance. We have had increases across the board in just about every single building and just slight drops in one or two buildings that you'll see up there. But we have just a small gain, which we'll take with the district at an 81% to 81.31% gain increase in our attendance overall. Where our biggest challenges lies in this next particular slide and where we're looking at the chronic absenteeism across the district. One of the things that we're doing to increase the opportunities for us to engage our families in schools is that we've included our attendance agents into our MTSS framework and the work that we're doing with our Michigan State Fellowship. They've been attending our weekend sessions as well as strengthening the partnership that we have with JISD to strengthen our MTSS framework and then ensure that we're utilizing our attendance agents in a way that can really help us reduce those chronic absenteeism rates. You'll see the majority of our kids in just about the lowest one we have is 64%. Most of our kids, they suffer from chronic absenteeism, and there's layers and layers upon layers of why that could be. And we're doing whatever we can within our district to work within the MTSS framework and then the resources we have available to improve the outcomes on these attendance goal. So I found this really to be interesting, and there was this information and was shared at our partnership presentation, and these particular culture and climate scores have been correlated to you to look at them through a district lens, but they're really honestly, they're sought better to understand them through a granular lens of a building by building. So I will be providing additional building by building information for you guys to be able to look at these, or I'm sorry, the board to be able to look at these things from a granular level so you can see like where the pockets are and where some of the most problematic areas are for us. I find it to be very inspiring and very encouraging to look at the very high numbers across the board that our families give us in regards to the way that they feel about Flint Community Schools. They feel that their children are safe. They feel that their children have adults that that the kiddos can rely upon, and they're very honest about their participation with Flint Community Schools and how they interact with Flint Community Schools. In comparison to that, you have our staff perceptions about safety and across the district of where they're holding pretty high numbers, and with some areas that of concern is it pertains to engagement and then students respect of one another is where the lowest areas are at. And then finally, I like to say with our kiddos will tell the truth about the way they feel about stuff. So it's not probably of no surprise to you that secondary students are a little bit pragmatic about their approaches to school. They like school. The highest area I think that's the most inspiring for me is that they know that there's an adult at school that they can connect to, that they feel that their teachers treat them with respect, and that they feel that the rules are very fair, which I find encouraging behind the policy updates that we've done recently. Lastly, we have the younger kiddos. These are our elementary students, and our elementary students, they believe that they want to do well in school. They want to make sure that they are preparing themselves in ways that they can have a positive culture for themselves. They as well rate very, very high that there are adults in the building that care for them and that will support them. And I think the lowest area that they went, you'll see there at the bottom, is that last one. My screen is that last one. Students in my class behave so teachers can teach. So they understand that it's a collegial thing and that there's things that they could do to possibly improve their own culture and climate outcomes, as well as students treat each other well. So the responsibility that they feel towards culture and climate, I think, is a pretty honest take on what it is that they're doing in our schools and how they're supporting culture and climate across the district. As I shared earlier, this particular sets of data will be broken down for you by a granular lens, and you'll have those available to you to be able to look at them. I also am open to assisting with data conversations. as well as being here to bid the board's work as far as the academic updates are concerned on a monthly basis. If there's any questions, that I promised I would be quick.
Yeah, President McNeil, I think it's important to note, to give a congratulations to our staff
Yes.
for the growth. I'm glad to see even DTM, right, from Ben and 30s, all these great schools doing tremendous work. I think it's important for that to be acknowledged and not go unseen. This is tremendous work, but I am looking forward to that granular approach, right? We may have made gains, but I think it's important, as we had training when we was in DC, about the scholars that are furthest away from opportunities and recognizing how we can help in that area. But I'm looking forward to that.
Not a problem.
Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, board.
Is there any more questions? Now we will have a presentation on window screens from Clark Construction and our Director of Operation, Mr. Chris Henderson.
So board, I asked them to come to show you the screen. Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
He's not on. Hey, you want this one? Take.
It should be on now. So Clark and Director Henderson brought this to me. We have all new windows going into several locations. And on those windows, there is a choice that we need to make, whether we put these screens up to protect the windows on the outside. Be honest with you, the first thought I had was, whoa, that looks like imprisonment, right?
Not really.
But they can be painted. We can make a decision, but I did not want us to just make a decision to put these things up on the windows. The windows are beautiful, but we have had issue with rocks being thrown, folks trying to vandalize and break into our schools, whether that be at Potter, whether it be at Brownell or Holmes. Of course, you know about those issues we've had to where now we have security there at night. This is currently the plan. The other option, I'll let you all speak about what the other option would look like. But currently, this is what's up at Holmes, and it's painted black. And so it's hiding the windows. It does kind of take away from the look, but it's hiding the windows. And this is what it's gonna sort of look like. If we painted a different color, it might add a pop to it, but this is what's going up currently to protect our windows, as we're gonna have all new windows around the buildings.
Can the windows open? How the windows open?
She's asking, does the windows, no.
Windows are not operable.
None of the windows open?
Correct. They're all
Okay.
Oh, with the new renovation.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if it's gonna help with the vandalizing, I'm all for it.
I want to,
Okay, Trustee King.
I see you be able to see.
yeah, I can see,
I
I can
really wanna
see,
get a closer look
I
at
can
that.
see both sides to that, but I do want us to think, when the cube is there in 25, are we putting racks? Yeah, are we putting that on the cube?
The current intent is not to have that on the cube.
Right. So I can see.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
So that's like, because at home, because the way the windows sit kind of low, and I used to teach there, and I remember there's a time they could pop that window open and come in
Right,
inside,
yes.
and the kids could jump out. That's what I didn't like. Our student could pop the window open and jump out of the window, some of our kids.
And that's
So
all
this
going
won't
away.
be,
That's all going away now at
oh,
Holmes.
all that's going away.
The operable window at Holmes, that lower part, is going away. It's a whole different window.
So what would the cube look like? How would we stop them from breaking that? Some type of plexiglass or something? we might as well address it.
Well, so that's a bigger conversation, I think.
Okay.
Including the Mott Foundation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
who
Go
is-
ahead. Oh, trustee Rutherford next, or who next?
No, I will.
Okay, then trustee Rutherford.
Were you done?
I was just gonna say, that is, in regards to the cube and the glasses going there, that's a bigger conversation, because there's a vision there that the Mott Foundation has donated the grant money that, to that vision. So, yeah, I think that's a bigger conversation.
Okay.
That I can't speak to.
I've got two questions. I heard you all mention that rocks have been thrown and vandalism. Are the windows one pane, or, I mean, are they,
They're single pane glass now.
so a rock can go through one of our building windows?
Are you talking about the new construction or existing?
Both.
Okay.
The existing are single pane,
Pane.
the new are gonna be insulated, they're 1 inch thick, there's 2 layers of glass there.
Right.
But you could still break one, you know, if you hit it hard enough with a rock or a brick.
Okay. These are going up at all the schools, or just Brownell Homes and Potter?
Just the
The whole-
renovations.
Yes, the ones we're working on.
And what's the price for this?
So currently, for homes in Brownell, or homes in Potter, it's like $130,000.
Just for those two
It's
schools?
already
Just
in-
for those
it's
two that are already in
the
there.
Renovation budget.
Okay.
Yeah,
this
it's
is
already in
nothing
there.
different.
At
We're not
Brownell,
asking for more money.
Right,
We're
we're
trying
not.
to make a decision on,
Should we get that?
should we get it or not?
should we be doing this or putting a film on?
Right, so another option, which we have at the secured entries, that won't be there, is actually a film, but the film is just gonna keep the glass from,
Like a tent on a window?
yeah, keep it from shattering. It's not gonna keep it from breaking, but it's gonna keep it from shattering.
Like window tint on the car?
Just
you
like
can
your
sit-
front windshield on your car.
Mhm.
Okay, Madam President? Yes, go ahead.
It ain't his turn.
Oh, I didn't see you had your hand up.
Trustee- Yeah, I thought it was Rutherford next.
That's okay. You can go ahead. Thank you. I don't like those.
Pardon
Like,
me?
I don't like those.
Oh,
I just see prison. I'm sorry. I'm just being, y'all know I'm gonna be
Okay,
honest
after
with you.
King, then you.
And I would just like putting all that money up there. It doesn't help, I was just out in Lake Fenton yesterday, and I rode by the high school.
Oh, man.
And fantastic, just fantastic, and it didn't look like prison. I don't want institutional at all. We spend too much money for it to look institutional, and it just looks institutional to me, especially when I don't hear you can open up the windows, especially with elementary. That helps. I'm just one person, and I'm being honest with you all. And I think painting would just make it horrible. It will look cheap to me. And I know you guys don't do cheap work. And, that's an investment. It's not, this is an investment to this district I can't stop staring at it, sorry. I would look at you all, but I just can't stop looking at it. But we're trying to begin a paradigm shift with our district, and it's about curb appeal. We want people to notice us, to come inside and see what great things we got going on, and that'll make you keep on going. That's a no for me, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I think it was trustee King next.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what other school districts, non-urban school districts, have that you know about?
other urban school districts?
Non-urban.
Not-
From any that
None.
you have
Yeah.
constructed.
None.
Yeah, that's a straight, yeah, okay. That's a no for me. I think we should, even as we beautify these buildings and, envision, better learning facilities, I don't think it's important for us, I don't think making it the old way of doing things just because of the area we live in. I think there's a sense of pride that will come back by the community. Even just going to the neighborhood association, it's like, hey, this is what we have invested into the neighborhood. Now it's up for us to keep it up that way, right? Like it's a partnership through that. But I do get something could break. Yeah, okay, we're gonna pay for it. But the outside, I do agree with Trustee Rutherford about the outside appeal to certain things, but that's a straight no. Straight no.
Thank you, Trustee McIntyre.
Well, I'm glad I don't have to be the one to say it, because that's some straight up school to prison pipeline shit right there. Honestly, and to be more academic, that is incarceration architecture. It's hostile architecture, and I think the point is well made. What non-urban schools have this? And you said none, right? So I'm thinking about a very expensive school district in San Diego, La Jolla Country Day School, which is very elite and exclusive. Would they have, oh my God, no. Are you kidding me? No, they wouldn't even consider that. So Trustee Rutherford, Trustee King, thank you for highlighting that. So I did have a couple of questions. You said it's $130,000
Roughly, yes.
for
I don't
one,
remember the exact number.
one building for
Two.
That was two.
For
For-
Holmes and Potter.
Holmes and Potter,
Yes.
and the 130,000 would be for the screen as well as the film, both
No, the
options?
The film is different. The film is being done at the secured entries. If we got rid of this and wanted to put film on it, the price goes up.
It
It's more
actually
money.
increases.
So the film is more expensive?
The film, if we wanted to replace the windows that are called to have this on it, it would be more than 130,000 for those two buildings.
Okay, I'm confused. Okay, so we've agreed to something. We've agreed to a particular renovation with a particular budget. What did we agree to? We agreed to those.
So you have two things. You have at the secured entry where
All our secure vestibules.
where the secured vestibules, that is window film. The only thing on that is film. This stuff is not there. Then all of the rest of the classroom windows around the building all have
This type of.
that.
Those
Now,
type of windows.
Just the classrooms, yes, have that.
Was this an anticipation?
This was,
that we were gonna
this
put
was
these screens
repeating
on?
what was already on the buildings. This was
Right.
as an alternate. As an alternate, so in other words, we put it on, we can take it away. So it's put on as an alternate.
Is it gonna cost us more now that we've put
No.
it on to take it away?
No, if we take it away, I
in
just
the
pull it out of the contract.
Right.
I pull that dollar value that they've provided to me during bid, I pull that out of the contract.
Okay, so we can allocate that dollar amount to some other area that we need.
Correct.
Yes.
So it's, even though we're saying it's already budgeted, that it's not gonna cost us anything because we've already budgeted. Yeah, but it could go to something better that we actually could use that would benefit the students as opposed to carceral architecture.
Correct.
This is crazy. So it's kind of disingenuous to say, well, it doesn't cost anything, because it is gonna cost us something. It's gonna cost us an amount that could go to something else that we actually do want and need, that would be more beneficial to the students. Do we not have insurance for windows? Like, if something happens to a window, don't we have insurance?
Typically, when a window breaks, I call the glass company and they come out and bill us and it's fixed.
So my question was, do we have insurance?
You wouldn't turn in.
You won't turn it for the glass.
I would, yeah, that's,
That's like, I mean,
it's under your deductible
Okay.
to replace the windows.
So we have insurance, but it doesn't cover windows because the dollar amount is under the deductible.
Correct.
It's just
So
like
it
your
seems like it's a I mean, why are we, I don't know. So the library just had its windows shot out last month. Is it gonna put those screens up?
A bullet will not, this will not protect it from a bullet. That would only protect it from a rock.
You asked the question, the library's gonna put it up?
Yeah, I mean, the library, the Flint Public, the Gloria Coles Library just had their window shot with a bullet. So, I mean, they're not gonna put that up.
Screen wouldn't stop.
They're not gonna put up that screen. Okay, so if we did have it, how much does that impact the lighting? It looks like it's dark and gloomy, and you look through it, and it's not conducive to.
Natural light will still get in.
Yes, natural light will get in, but how will it impact the natural light?
Yeah,
that gets
I
in?
would say the only thing I can tell you, I can't take a picture of it, if you were to go over to Holmes or go over to Potter and stand in a room and look out where it's already there, existing, you can see. You're not getting the 100% of what would be natural
Okay.
lighting, but you can see out. So,
All right.
I mean,
I'm
this is such a small scale,
I'm
you
upset,
can't see.
and it's not with you, so
Point
I
of information.
apologize.
I understand.
Point of information. Mr. Jones has something to say. I think we're going in a different direction. Could you explain why?
Sure.
What we actually have.
So the reason why this is even before you is because when the team brought
Point
this.
of order, how is that a point of information? That's
He
not,
was going to get, I wanted him to explain a little bit more.
that's not a point of information, and I have the floor.
I made a point of information because you was,
It wasn't a point of information.
I made a point of information to get a little clarity. What is the purpose
Point of information is a question that you ask.
Laura
What's the question?
McIntyre.
Am I right or not?
You're right, Laura,
right.
but you're
Hey.
going a little overboard, but go ahead, have the floor.
Not at all.
I think so. Go ahead.
Because I was just about to relinquish the floor. What?
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Please don't interrupt me. I have the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
And what I was saying is, I'm passionate about school-to-prison pipeline. It is not directed to you. I apologize for any sort of emotion that you may hear. It's not personal at all. So thank you very much, but I'm just not in support of this.
Yeah.
That's all I was going to say.
Appreciate that.
President McNeil.
Thank you, Trustee McIntyre. Is there any more questions or comments?
Yes, I do have a comment.
Okay.
So this is in front of you because they will tell you, all, the two of the guys that's for you is, it was a no when they brought it to me. Like, no way that our board is gonna go for this. Now, it's like architectural design choosing paint. If the paint was an ugly paint or something and they brought it to us, I would say, no, hold on. But this right here, I know could be a controversial situation. That's why I brought it to you, because I wanted all of us to be on the same page before some purchasing started happening. And I said no to this, and it needs to come before the board so they can see it, to see if they feel like I felt about it, as if it was like, didn't I say jail? Okay, so I wanted to make sure that the board could weigh in on this, because this could hurt culture, right? This could hurt the idea that we're trying to do something new, okay? So it seems like the board is all on the same page as we need to find another solution, because this is not it. I think we're all there. So we don't need a vote. I wasn't looking for a vote or a motion or anything like that. I just wanted this to be a presentation of, board, here's the circumstance, here's what they had before us. I said no to it, but I wanted to know what the board felt as well, so we're all on the same page. And it seems like we are. And so I think we all are on. If there's anything else, I think we're done, unless there's something else.
I just wanted to say I'm a hard no.
So I think that's.
So you got 6 hard no's here,
Yeah.
okay.
So we'll come back to the table and discuss what another option would look like. Otherwise, there's some, if you go by Potter, and Chris is going to be scheduling a walkthrough for you all, so you can see where we are so far with Brownell, not Brownell, but Holmes and Potter. If you go by Potter, you'll see some beautiful windows on where the door rider side was. You'll see what our windows look like and what they're gonna look like moving forward. They're beautiful, and we believe that you will be able to see on the other side of Potter what that looks like. So you'll see the windows that are new, and then you'll also see that on the other side. So that will tell you right there what this is gonna look like. And it seems like we have a decision made. All right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Henderson. Thank you, Clark.
Thank you.
I now call upon Superintendent Jones to present action items to the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I make a motion to batch? I would like to make a motion to batch 1.2 and 21.13.
There's a motion on the floor to batch the whole items from 2113 to
Point of information,
1.2. Okay, go ahead.
apologies, did we bypass the human resources?
We did, he just did ask.
I'm so,
1.2.
I am so sorry, yeah. No, I'm,
Okay, so you making a motion?
Yep, to batch both items.
1.2
Uh-huh.
and 21.13.
That's only 2 items on there.
Oh, you're talking about the policy, just these 2 items. I see what you're saying.
That's all we have.
We had only 2 items.
Support.
The Human Resource Committee item, 1.2, then we had to,
Support.
Wayne said we had to get these policy adopted. And he's doing all those parts. So he made a motion.
Support.
It has been a motion by trustee, supported by Perkins. Do we need a roll call vote? Wow, that's a lot of-
Discussion.
Is it open for discussion? Yeah, do we have discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is on the batching, correct?
On the batch and the policy and HR.
I don't have a problem with the batching, I just want to discuss, let's go to payroll. My concern,
You said payroll?
yes, I mean, recommendation for, personnel recommendation. I think that's on page, I apologize, I just had it. Oh, duh, 24. With the audience we had tonight, and you looking at academic administrative assistant, I'm not gonna say the salary, but it's more than what the teacher's making, and that's a problem. Nothing further.
Page 24. It's a professional. She's looking at the academic administrator. Do you see it? Page 24 is always in the back, just about.
Oh, yeah.
So is there any
Is it just this one?
discussion?
Just this one? Academic administrator? Administrative assistant? Oh, my bad, this one is, okay, this one is,
So are we just talking about all 3 of the items, or just that, I don't want to call that person's name, the academic administrative assistant and HR? Are you just looking at both of them, you say?
Yes.
Any more discussion from the board?
question.
Yes.
Could we pull out, could we separate the professionals section from the batch
Yeah.
and leave the paraprofessionals in? Would that be, would that?
So,
Ma'am, I think it'd be proper for me to just withdraw my motion, you accept that, and so we won't have to get into the scramble of rules, okay? So I withdraw my motion, and all you have to do is withdraw without objection, if there's no objection.
okay, that motion is withdrawn.
One by one.
So we're going to do each item by itself, I assume.
1.2 and then
Yeah.
21.13.
Superintendent Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 1.2 personnel recommendations.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve 1.2.
Support.
Is that supported by trustee Perkins? Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe that trustee McIntyre pulled out 2 of them.
But he withdrew.
Oh, you withdrew.
So, yes, so I suggested if that would be if that would
Okay.
be you would, that would be,
Appropriate.
not appropriate, but if that would be okay with you.
That's wonderful with me.
So I haven't made the motion yet, but if you'd like to make the motion, that way we can.
You want me to make the motion?
I make the motion that we separate
Point of order.
Hold on. He did a point of order.
We're in the middle of a motion.
You're right.
Okay.
No, we're in discussion.
That's right, you're in the middle of a motion.
We're
So we're
still in
discussion,
motion, but we're in
right?
discussion.
But I guess, I'm sorry, point of information for me. She had made this based on the professional. She made that. So she can no longer make that?
No,
I'm just asking for clarification, point of information.
we're right in the middle of a motion. He withdrew his first motion, and then we did each item one by one. Now we're in the middle of a motion, second by Perkins. Now we're in discussion
On the motion.
on that motion.
And it's not separated.
So, Madam Chair, if I can provide some clarity, a motion to amend is always in order.
Yeah.
You could say a motion to amend, but what I was saying was, you can't make another, I forgot the motion, I forgot how you say it.
Yeah.
The another main motion.
She can
already in
amend the motion that you
can
made.
make a motion to amend. You can do that.
With, Madam Chair, if I may, I didn't want to overstep
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre, so I just want to make sure you can, if that's what you choose to do, I'll support you. I just didn't want to overtalk you.
So I motion that we, you can't hear, okay, you can't hear.
Amend the
Make a motion to amend the motion to separate the section paraprofessionals from the professionals section, so we can vote separately.
Is there
Support.
Support. Is there any discussions?
Sure. Madam Chair, when you look at this, it just sends, it sends a poor message. And that's a whole lot of money. That's a lot of money. Because if your support is making close to 50K and individuals in front of the classroom is not making 50K, how do we justify that? Okay, so we have some serious house cleaning we need to do, because it's a serious imbalance, if you will. That's just unethical to me. When we look at teachers and hear teachers, and we just looked at the report of what the teachers were doing in the classrooms, and it sounded like it was pretty good. I don't understand the numbers, but I was hearing some claps and cheers and applause, and I've seen some increases. And so, if you come to work, you can get a bonus. So I figure if you get good numbers, you should make more than support.
Yep.
So, and then this is no frown on support staff, because I was a support staff for 20-some years, but people go to school, people get degrees, they get credentials, they get endorsements, they get the experience. And when you obtain all that, you can negotiate or have an expectation of your worth. And I just need educators to know that I hear them, and I support them, and we're going to do better. As long as I have a voice, they have a voice on this board. But to pay support staff almost 50K, that doesn't sit well.
Madam Chair?
Ms. HR is your chair, HR.
Oh, we're in a regular board meeting, and Kyle,
Yeah.
our chair.
Uh,
Regular board meeting, you chair,
Okay,
Madam
go ahead.
President.
It's late.
I know, I understand. In our HR subcommittee, we've talked about two main positions that's crucial for HR. The HR recruiter, that was, help me out, Mr. Jones, 21H funds is paying for HR recruiter. And we talked about, we envisioned how this HR recruiter will help Flint schools, and also HR admin assistant. We just lost, if I may remind you, we just lost a retiree that was HR admin assistant. The HR office only have two people, the director and the benefits manager, right? We can't run a good district if we don't have HR support in there. And we talked about this in committee, and the HR recruiter is necessary, paid for under 21H. The HR admin assistant, we talked about orientation. We talked about the goals for it. I mean, Ms. Montgomery can give you the whole rundown again, but them two positions are crucial to making sure we have staff orientated the right way. Not just, you know, we talked about getting, we talked about making sure our third parties, things are in place to make sure they're the background checks is done. Like, there are several steps we talked about in the HR subcommittee that's needed for the HR admin assistant. Again, we just lost one. Why are we not replacing that? That is crucial for HR. At a point in time, why are we gonna just cut HR? You can't do HR with two people. You burn people out like that. You 100% do. Now, we talked about, going forward with different unions and going forward with that. But I don't think it's beneficial for us to cut HR the whole way. I don't think that's right. And because if you do that, we would still have the same problem with the employees not knowing basic things, different systems in place. For example, Ms. Montgomery presented to us about a report going out to building administrators about who's inside the buildings. We've been talking about who's all inside of our buildings at what point in time, do they have the right proper documentation, et cetera. These people help with that. These positions help with that. Organization inside of HR, these people help with that. These positions help with that. They're basic things that we employed shared services for HR to get and do. But one person, two people can't do it alone. Recruiters is necessary to get more teachers, more staff inside of Flint Community Schools. Now, there's a portion that we got to do on our side that we talked about, 100%, right? The HR admin assistant, if I'm not mistaken, is supposed to have with orientations and what else? I don't want to put you on the spot. These positions has direct thing, state reports, and a lot of things. I want my colleagues to understand, if we do not approve these two crucial positions, we're not adding extra positions. Now, these not extra. I wouldn't be for adding extra positions. Only one that's probably added was job description was changed, because before in the past we had an HR manager position that was changed to HR recruiter. We talked about that, right? We lost the admin assistant. We should replace that admin assistant. I just want my colleagues to think about that. I think it's important that we get a hold of HR, and HR is moving in the right direction. Now, you can't just leave people with two people. Yeah, I'll leave. I can't keep doing the work on my own. That's not, I don't think that's fair. I do understand the sentiment of the other employees, I do. But HR is crucial, you all. That is crucial. Even academics admin assistant. These positions are crucial. I wouldn't be for adding positions. These are positions that's already in the budget, budgeted for. I just want my colleagues to know that. I think that's right.
Yes, so I just want to put some of this in perspective. We did lose our academic assistant. Academics is the largest department in our district. Along with that, we did lose the principal of ALA due to an accident, which our academic leader is taking on work here because you can't give that work to you can't give that work to a non-certified person that's actually here trying to help. When you look at these positions that are being filled, one of them is being paid for out of grants. The other two are we're just replacing them. But it's not absent of the work that we have talked about in reorganization. But we still have work ahead of us. And if we're making decisions contingent on when we ever make the teachers whole, then we're going to be putting things on hold until that work is completed. So I still think that we're not adding anything. We're not adding costs to the district. We're not going outside the budget that's already been approved. We're replacing to really support these departments that's trying to make some of this work happen, even for the bottom line that you all are speaking about. So we're not adding to, but we're trying to replace these folks that are not currently there. Our academics department need that support. Our HR department needs that support. We're not adding. Again, we're replacing folks that have decided to leave and go other places.
Yeah.
So that work is still sitting there and has to be done.
Right.
That's what we're currently doing. But it's not absent of the work that we have discussed in trying to organize in a certain way. I can't really go into a lot of that. I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah.
But just think of it in those terms. We're not adding. We're just trying to replace. And then some of that work that you're speaking of is coming. And we've discussed this. But we do have to make sure that some of these things are getting done, because right now everyone's trying to chip in somewhere and try to get some things done. But we also have people that are refusing to chip in. So remember that conversation. And so it is taking a toll, and we need to keep moving the district forward. That's the reason why these are before you.
Madam Chair, is it me? My turn? I never said I wasn't going. First of all, my colleague, Mr. King, thank you for everything you said. I never said I wasn't going to vote for it, but I needed us to pay attention to what's going on. That same vigor that you have for support staff, I need that same vigor when it comes to teachers. Because if every teacher left this district, there will be no district. If every support staff left the district, the district will still function, although a little bit crippled. I guess you don't want to hear what I got to say, but it's recorded. You'll go back and listen to it. But what we have to make sure is that we're being fair, concise, and consistent in paying support staff this amount of money, and our teachers are not in a good position. It just sends a bad message. I'm going to support it because it's needed, but I just wanted to just pause and highlight what we're doing. Thank you for the time.
So I have been bringing this up ever since I got elected to the board. And so thank you, Trustee Relaford, for I at least finally have someone who seems to get it. You have all this talk about where is the same passion and rhetoric for the teachers that we have for these professional staff. Not that they're not important, not that they're not needed, but you've got staff who are going to be paid $50,000, almost up to $50,000, one with an associate's degree, one with a bachelor's degree, one has a master's, sure, but you've got teachers who have master's degrees plus decades of experience. And what's the starting salary? $39,500?
For bachelor's, yes.
Huh?
For a bachelor's, yes.
So my question is, here we have, like, say, a job, Group 3, Step 1, starting at $50,000. Group 2, Step 1, starting at $47,450. $47,470. What is the teacher salary for Group 2, Step 1? What is the teacher salary for Group 3, Step 1? So it's not equitable. It's not commensurate. And it's not fair. We talk about reorganizing. This work needs to be done, yes, but so does teaching. That's what schools are for. You can't have a school without HR, an HR department. Well, you can't have a school without teachers. That's just first and foremost. So yeah, this is sort of ancillary to the question, I think. I have been asking for so long I can't even count anymore, to have a reorganization of the staffing assignments, the job assignments, and the way that all this is, because there's too much inequity in salary disparity. So I don't support this because this is just not being addressed. Reorganization needs to be done. There needs to be equity for staff versus the teachers. I mean, Trustee King talked about burnout. I don't think there's any more evidence of burnout than a whole line of teachers coming up and crying and talking about having 50-some students in a kindergarten. Look, I'm very sympathetic, and their arguments aren't without merit, but this is not the way to do it. This is balancing the budget on the backs of the teachers, because this is hiring somebody with less education for a lot more than the teachers are even getting, and that they're asking to be made whole. So we need to do something, and it's not being done. So I'm not going to support this because I've been asking for reorganization for a couple of years or more. And it just hasn't gotten done. And we've gotten to a point, we've gotten to a critical mass where the teachers haven't been made whole. Nobody is getting the pay that they deserve. I mean, the paraprofessionals still don't have the pay that they deserve. Nobody is up to what they're worth. But this discrepancy between approving these above or opposed to something else, this is hypocritical and unethical. To say yes to these three and then not to the step increases for the teacher. Well, these are essential. You've got to have HR. Well, you've got to have everything. You've got to have new schools. You've got to have teachers. You've got to have people to do the work, to do the labor. And we are systematically underfunded, and we don't have that money. So where are the cuts going to be? Who is it going to be taken out of? It looks like it's not going to be taken out of the professionals in the administration building, but it's going to continue to be taken out of the teachers. And I don't think that that's fair. So yes, we need teachers to be made whole. Yes, we need these professionals to be hired. Yes, everybody has way too much work to do. So what's the solution, right? But I can't vote for this and not vote for the teachers. Like, it's wrong to me. So something's got to give.
Trustee King?
Yes, I was trying to find the PowerPoint that we were given in HR. To my colleague, Trustee McIntyre, she was saying that she was waiting on the right sizing. When I tell you Ms. Montgomery has already been starting that, she has. Even we saw the step to right sizing with the consolidation of the enrollment specialists. We saw that. Right? We've been seeing certain things inside of HR that's been rolling, but I guess it's not right in front of us. And I would entertain having the HR committee of the whole. So you can hear the great things that Ms. Montgomery and the HR team is doing. And we go live forward. I guess I'm gonna email you all this. I think I was supposed to do that. I'm gonna email you all this. From the goals of system mapping is reorganize the digital platform to reflect efficiency that supports data reporting. When we ask for certain things to be pulled from HR, we talked about how old that system is. Terrible, right? Let's keep going. The employee handbook, we talked about how professional technicals don't have any guidance in that area. Contracts, HR working. Rebuilding and restructuring HR department, been working. Right? Like learning and developing restructuring systems, the HR, when I tell you Ms. Montgomery and her team, the admin team has been working for systems and processes. I've never been hearing process and procedures more than me, except for that team. I just want us to be.
Superintendent Jones, thank you.
So, Board President, what I've just heard, it really just goes against what our liberties are to talk about right now.
Right.
And it sounds as though that there are folks that are with teachers and folks that are not. We are supposed to be trying to figure out a way forward. Everyone at this table is for teachers. I'm not at liberty, and I will not break that. I am not at liberty to go into detail about what the superintendent and the administration or the board thinks about what should happen with our UTF union, because we're dealing with this situation right now and we're trying to make sure we're standing together. So I don't want it to be in the public or to teachers that we're skipping over you with trying to do this work. I am not at liberty to go into detail about what we think should happen with teachers at the current moment. But I will say that nothing we're doing is adding to our budget in any way. But I thought there was an agreement here that we would be holding off on those conversations. And so I don't want the public to think that there is some people at the table that are for teachers and then some people that are not, because that's not the truth. That's just not the truth, that we're putting this stuff forward, as I just heard, and we're hypocrites. We're not being hypocrites. We're moving the district, and we're doing the work that we have to continue to do to manage the district, while at the same time, Trustee King, there's already been a PowerPoint presentation to talk about restructuring and to make moves in these areas. But it goes with a lot of other things that will be a domino effect that I thought we agreed that we would put that plan together and then we'll move forward together amicably. So I just want to say that on the record, because I don't want anyone to come back to this microphone and say that some of you want to do things for teachers, but some of you don't.
Right.
Because that's not the case. I think everyone here wants to do something for teachers, but we have to move in a certain way, and we have to do what is right to do. I just need to make sure we state that, because none of us is moving hypocritically to get these personnel recommendations moved forward. We're not doing anything extra. We're trying to replace the people that have left. The teachers have a contract, and so does the professional technicals. I can't do anything with that at this moment of where their contract is, but we still have to do the work of the district. That's all I wanted to say, Madam Chair.
Is there any more? Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I kind of have to agree with Superintendent Jones. This board, because the buck stopped here, and we got a heck of a job ahead of us. If any board members sit here and try to pin one board member against each other, say that we do not care for teachers, then I think you're misguided by your own conscience. However, this district have to run. This was coming from a grant. You guys had your HR committee. A lot of this stuff could have been resolved in it. But we have to move forward. We're looking at these salaries. But it's our job going forward. I'm going to support this. But going forward, it is about the instruction and the teachers that sit in front of those students, the payrolls or whatever. Going forward, in the agreement that we had made, that the next big item on that we need to be talking about is those individuals that came down here, and I listened closely. I didn't read my book. I didn't throw my head up in the air because they told a story. Well, we got a lot of people. You got administrative assistant has not been taken care of. You got IT people have not been taken care of. We only got 2,900 students, and everybody have whipped the clothes off of their back and scraping off of 2,900 students. And boy, have they paid a big price for it. And they still paying a price for it. We got to grow this district as a board. We got to grow this district. We can give one person some, but how much can you expect for 2,900 students to give? We inherited this mess. For the last 3 years I've been on here, I am getting tired because we've been trying to get people to a livable, decent wage. And we can do that. But it's going to take a plan. It's going to take us sticking together. We made an agreement that this is what we're going to work on next. When I said next, I meant next. This is what we're going to work on. Because nobody can live on the wages. We all are educated. I hold a doctoral degree. I hold an MPA. We all educated. And I can say that we probably all underpaid on this, majority is underpaid on this board. You just graduated. You would have a fit somebody try to, give you that money, that type of money, under $40,000 with a bachelor. An MPA is worth $75,000 to $100,000. I know what my worth is. I sit in those classrooms. So I'm saying that I'm going to support this because the administration need it. But the next thing on my agenda is to address the issue that was standing in front of that. They're just not teacher, they're a babysitter, they're doing everything. So I'm going to support this. I'm going to keep my commitment, what I made in the back room, and hold superintendent administration for that. I'm not going to keep us here all night long, but I don't think that they would have brought this here at this point. We know that we hadn't had an HR recruiter, but it's some things we've been asking for 2 or 3 years, and that's that organizational chart that we have been asking for, and it's not your typical organizational chart. It's a chart that you have, the HR organizational chart. So moving forward, I'm going to support this, and the HR department, the academic department, there's some things that you're going to have to do. We're going to have to get down and look at some things. There are some people going to have to be shifted, organized, reorganization. Everybody is going to have to take a little cut somewhere. But I'm not going to punish this organization because I see this little bit of money. And actually, when I look at this here, I think it's a little kind of, but nowadays, they would have came down a little. But this is where I'm at. And hopefully we can move forward, not hold the district up. Trust that they have looked over this stuff, brought it before us. That's why they had their committee meeting. I looked at it. I'm going to support this.
Madam Chair.
Trustee McIntyre's next.
Go ahead.
So I won't stand in the way. I mean, I said what I said. I'm glad I've got it out there so that you kind of know where I'm not going to not vote for this. Like I said that I wasn't, but I'm thinking, I'm listening like I try to do so that we can work and move forward with the district. But can we have a promise? Can we
Yes.
have a real commitment to do that organizational chart, that not just a superficial one, but a deep dive like we were looking at 2 to 3 years ago, and really have a commitment, because this is what I'd rather focus on than closing buildings. Like, this is where the budget, where the majority of our budget is allocated to salaries and benefits, and this is where we can really maybe have a financial impact that makes sense. I would be much more enthusiastic about reorganizing and making us leaner and meaner than just closing schools and letting kids leave to go to other districts and losing enrollment. So I just wanted to say that. Superintendent Jones, we disagree, but I'm behind you, and I'm going to support you, and I'll vote for this. So.
And I think the words you all are looking for is the job analysis.
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. I couldn't think of it.
And that's
Yes.
what is currently happening. Just don't forget that we've changed HR directors. We've changed folks over time. So when one leaves, we have to start and try to get someone else in there to try to make it work. So it's, I mean,
it's gonna take
not
personnel
an
to do
excuse,
that.
but at the same time, it pushes us back when you're changing people out, you're bringing new people in, and the team is working towards what you're saying.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Trustee Rutherford.
Thank you. I'm hearing everyone loud and clear. And sounds like we're all on the same page, and everybody knows where Melody is at. So I just make a motion that we restore the teachers to the counter. We're doing all that talking. I'm making a motion. I know what I'm doing. I can do, no, we're in discussion. So I can make a motion. Motion's always appointed. Well, when we finish, I'm still gonna make it, because everybody's talking about teachers and all this. Now's the time to do it. So I'm gonna make the motion. I knew I couldn't make it then, but I wanted to prepare y'all. Because see, everybody do all this talking, and when it's time to do something, everybody get the kick in the can. But when it's something ridiculous as support staff getting almost 50K, I'm in the middle. Hold it, what we doing? You may not like what I say, but I got the floor. I have the floor. You don't have to talk while you're writing, but I have the floor. So
Well, go ahead and make the
we
motion.
go,
That's what I'm
okay,
trying to
hold
clear
on.
up.
I'm talking.
Point of order. I think it's proper for the chair to allow the member to finish her statement.
Okay.
And then
thank
after the statement, we
You
get
get the
clarity
motion clear.
on
Okay.
that. But we are in the middle of a motion. The
I'm discussing.
trustee has stated that she's going to state her comments.
Okay.
And after the motion, she's going
Correct.
to make her motion.
All right. Accept apology. All right.
Who apologized?
So, you should practice it.
Joyce Ann, I need you to do better. So
Might help
what
you
we
out.
gonna do, we gonna stop all this talking and all this parlaying in front of people, because this is bothering me. I'm a career woman, and if I don't make my worth, I can't take care of my responsibilities. Everybody up here can take care of their responsibilities, but the teachers cannot. But everybody want to say they love the teachers. If you love the teachers, pay them. But everybody running all circles and got all these amazing words to say about this, but when it comes to the teacher, everybody want to run the other way. I don't do that. And I'm sick and tired of this. Y'all, in a meeting, y'all in front of everyone, y'all say one thing, but when we get behind them doors, or we in meetings or workshops, it's something completely different. Completely different. And I'm tired of, I don't roll like that. And I'm so frustrated with this board. I'm frustrated. It's Black History Month. This means something. I hate when I go in a room and I feel like an imposter, and I'm among people like me, and I still feel like an imposter because no one wants to do what needs to be done. Take care of who took care of you. They carried this district. Now, you haven't had these individuals, but guess what? HR been doing just fine. Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. It's been okay. And if you don't have them, it'll still be okay. But if you don't have the teachers, we don't have a job. We don't have a reason. What are we going to govern without teachers? Thank you.
So what's your motion?
We're in the middle of a motion.
Huh? We still in the mo- Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could you have our executive assistant repeat the motion, please?
So we had the discussion on this separation. Are we done with that, having that discussion on the separation? Now we should do, if there's no more, have a roll call on that motion. And- excuse me.
Real quick. Someone was paid for by a grant. Who was that? Or was that all three or two of the three?
Recruiter.
So just one out of the three. The other two are paid for with title funds?
No.
Right.
That's through the partnership agreement, 21H funds. HR recruiters paid through 21H fund, the partnership agreement. The partnership with MDE. We talked about the HR goal. Am I allowed to go, Madam President? We talked about with MDE here, a part of our partnership goal was to create systems inside of HR and to recruit teachers. That recruiter is paid out of the 3-year agreement with MDE with the partnership, 21H.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion on the amendment to the motion? If not, we'll do a roll call vote for the amendment. Am I correct? And that was to separate, and we had that discussion to separate. So what are we actually voting on? So the amendment to the motion was to separate. And so now we can take the vote on the separation. Secretary Perkins. For the separation, we're not talking about nothing else, but we separated.
Yeah.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
President Clay.
No.
Trustee Rutherford.
Yes.
Trustee King.
No.
Trustee Newman is absent. And myself is a no, not to separate.
Madam Chair, we go back into the original motion, which is to approve 1.2.
The original motion is to approve the personnel recommendation.
Okay.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Vice President Clay.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Luna is absent. Myself is a yes. 6 yes, 1 absent. The motion passed. Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 21.13
Madam
for
Chair.
approval and adoption of listed policies.
If there's a motion, we need a motion and a second to approve our new policy.
I make a motion, oh, I'm sorry.
She got it.
Okay.
I make a motion that we accept our Neola policies 21.13.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by McIntyre. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we would do a roll call vote. Please say yes or no if I call your name. Trustee King,
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice President Clack,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre. Yes. Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
Trustee Loney is absent, and myself is a yes, 6 yes. Yes.
Is, through you to the superintendent, is it okay if your administrative team, do they need to stay? Or
Can they go?
I'm
Yes,
just- yeah.
administration team.
If they want, or if you want, that's fine,
Well,
but I'm just.
I don't know what
That's it.
what
Okay.
the remarks is gonna yield, and the team needs to be aware of whatever happens.
So, thank you.
Well, that was it.
21.13 passes.
Thank
Do-
you, though. Thank you for thinking of them. Sorry.
No problem. Everybody's tired. Do any board member have any comments or remarks before we adjourn?
Madam President,
Yes, Trustee Rutherford.
I'm not gonna make the motion tonight because it's late, but I need y'all to know that it's coming, and I'm sick of playing. We go take care of these teachers before anything else happen.
Is there any more comments?
I'd just like to know what that motion is going to be.
Oh, she said she wasn't, or she's making one.
No, but she said it's coming, so just trying to know.
You be prepared.
Okay, thank you.
And the board member have a right to make a motion up or down. So that's a privilege.
I ain't gonna do it.
The Board of Education will hold its next board
You got a remark. She was asking.
committee of the whole meeting on Wednesday, March the 3rd. Is somebody trying to say something? No, we had board comments before we adjourn. Did you want to make anything? No, I'm fine. I make the announcement. Your next board meeting is Wednesday, March the 13th, 2024 at 6:30. Seeing no further business of the board, I declare this meeting, regular meeting adjourned at 10:38.